Alrighty. Alrighty dighty do. Alrighty dighty do. Alrighty dighty booby divey. We are back. It's the Suikoden memes. So, catch up where we were last time anyway, in terms of Suikoden. Suikoden. Um, so I decided to end the exploit at level 70. We're just gonna let it be level 70 that we max Chris out at for now. She will advance at least some levels throughout the course of the game. I'm not sure how many, probably not many. I think most of the time, when I remember playing this game back in the day, I remember generally ending the game around level 60, 64, maybe 65 for like my highest person. So Chris is above that. In chapter 1, before we've even really delved into the story all that much. That should be fun. Mute my stream there. So we're setting the village on fire. You know, just gonna go ahead and do a raid. Salome over here just being like, you know what? Straight up Genghis Khan style warfare. Sir, yes, madam? Lewis, you're having a rough time, aren't you? Sitting here fantasizing about serving a gallant, manly knight, and then you end up being the squire to the Silver Maiden of all people. I'm here to guard you from the remaining soldiers in the village, milady. It's very kind of you, Lewis. I need some good. So we're setting fire to a village so that we can upset the Karayan warriors who have joined the lizard people in attacking our people during a peace treaty. How dare they? Chris is coming into the village to check and see how the progress is going. Now she's noticing a suit of armor with a coat of arms that is very familiar to her. It's her father's battle gear. Now she's pissed. says something she definitely doesn't really mean. And then a young Korean boy charges at her, at which point she just EI jutsus his ass. One strike, just baboomskis. That's intense. Straight up just murders a child in this game. Look at Hugo. He's so distraught. The poor boy. Did not know a child was attacking me. Well, yeah. Now Hugo believes the peace talks were a trap set by the Zexans. Then in comes Salome and Elf Roland. I couldn't remember his name for a second. I'm sorry, child. Here's the thing, that's an ambiguous line, because I don't know if she's apologizing to Lulu's dead body or Hugo. Wait. Did I just see that Roland has... Yes, he does. He has access to max level spells now. Fuck me! And some warriors come in. They're just like, we're gonna defend Karaya! And it's like... Oh, you sweet baby birds. You're not gonna defend shit. Boom. Doing basically half your HP with a Great Hawk. You're fucked. So we're going to go ahead and baboomskis. And then we're going to go ahead and baboomskis. Something I got to give Suikoden 3 credit for is that even the low-level spells like Breath of Ice look really good. Now Chris is looking at a bunch of dead villagers and she's like, what the fuck? We weren't here to cause a genocide, Salome. And he's like, I don't think it was our men who did this. Located all the injured men and 50 men on horseback escaped. We searched the bodies after the grasslanders retreated. Miriam and Lanchet were killed. As expected. I blame myself. Should have been I should have seen through their charade. Been more careful. Now we know them for the liars they are. They will not get away with this. Bitch, you killed innocent people, I'm pretty sure. I am like 90% sure you straight up murdered villagers. Just saying. Good morning, milady. Everyone's finished breakfast already. Lewis already in high fucking spirits. Come in and see everybody talking behind our back, talking shit. You had no hand in this massacre, Boris? Definitely not. I swear by my sword, sir. Of course, I believe your word, and I apologize for even suspecting. I hope you will forgive me. In all that confusion, it was difficult to get a clear picture of what happened. Regardless, can't let wild rumors spread and cause unnecessary commotion. Oh. 1,000 pardons, but shouldn't be at each other's throats wildly speculating. It's understandable. Milady, Boris, I know you can't lie, can you? No, milady, I swear. Lady, there's a summons from the council regarding yesterday's cancellation of the treaty negotiations. News travels quick. I'll take Boris and Lewis. Salome and Roland, you stay here and keep an eye on the movements of the Grasslanders. As you wish, my lady. It's a relief. Not particularly care for the natives, I'd say. Excuse me, I must prepare for the trip. I'll meet you at the gate. A bit too hard on Boris. Have you, though? Salome? Oh, hey! It's Leo and Percival!
Man, we heard about Miriam Legend. Only we returned to the Bass Castle earlier. We could have saved our men. What a shame. We lost valuable knights.
Aye.
I had gone after that rat.
What rat?
That's...
It's a sorry story. Lord Leo still can't get over losing sight of a rodent. Well, we might as well, since we're not intentionally dying anymore, we can actually go train Chris's defensive abilities up again. Here we go. Babobskis. So we get repel, parry, and we're good. She literally can't learn any more skills at this particular point. I have grinded her to death. That's a good indication that you know that you're over leveled as fuck, by the way. Just in it with any character. When you have way more skill points than you will ever need, that's how you know that you've over leveled. Lady, are you all set? I'm ready. Here we go? Certainly. Let's get started. Don't mind me. I'll be fine. Canonically, I need to know if Boris and Chris end up hooking up. Honestly, I'm just super curious who Chris ends up with at the end of the day. This is in part why I wanted Suikoden 6. To see what happens after all of this. Get a refill of Chris and Ghetto and all them bitches. see what ends up happening with everybody. By the by, Chris will at no point in the entirety of the game be able to loot dead bodies or climb ladders. Well, she'll be able to climb ladders in chapter 2, I want to say. So, this is Fred and Rico. They are members of the Maximilian Knights, which as of about, like, I want to say 30 years before the start of this particular game, only had like one other person in it that we know of, being Fred Maximilian himself.
Allow me, madam. Fred Maximilian, the captain of the Maximilian Knights, at your service. I came from afar to carry out my grandfather's wish to conquer evil. I would like to learn anything you know that could help me.
I'm Chris Lightfellow of the Zexon Knights. Nice to meet you, sir. What do you mean, conquer evil? Do you know anything about this, Boris?
I'm afraid not, milady. It seems he calls himself a Firebringer, and his master is said to be the Flame Champion, an ex-knight who crossed over to the evil side.
Flame Champion? You're talking about olden times.
I only heard about the Flame Champion from my grandmother when I was a child.
Oh, Boris was a boy.
What do you think he knows?
Nothing, sir. Sorry, we can't be of more help.
Quite all right. Sorry to have bothered you. Rico! Seems we're off track. Let's head further north!
Yes, sir, yes! Could we rest for a few seconds?
We'll be off then. Safe travels to you!
Find what you seek. I love the sort of, like, weird, worried looks that Chris gets on her face sometimes in the animations. Where she just looks absolutely perplexed. It's funny. When we left the other day, I had no idea we'd be back this soon. Lady Chris, you live here, yet you don't care for any does Exang? Yes, Lewis. City's a little stifling.
Do you feel more at home on the battleground?
Can't be comfortable at the brass castle with all those ruffians about. Actually, neither is that bad. So goddess of the battleground. To be blessed with continuous good fortune in combat. Oh, Boris. At any rate, this summons. Yes. I know that I am to blame, and I shall not avoid punishment.
Damn it! But the council knew about it!
Don't say anything, Boris. Now, if you're just tuning in, or if you didn't see the last playthrough, the council indicated in the first part of the game that they kind of expected Chris to die in the peace treaty negotiations. So the fact that she didn't is probably going to be a little bit of a surprise to them. They kind of wanted her to die. They wanted her to be immortalized as, like, a hero who died fighting the filthy Grasslander threat.
Lady Chris, let me guide you. This way, madam.
Please wait here. We'll call you once everything is ready. Oh, yes. Make Lady Chris wait when you're the one summoning her. Look at her! She says words like balderdash! How can you not love this woman? Yep, graphical glitch. This anger towards Boris and the other knights could have been meant for me. Look at graphical glitches! I've questioned? No. I knew I'd face animosity. Saxon Knight through and through.
We're ready to proceed this way, Rotham.
Thank you.
Is there anything wrong?
No, thank you. Just absorbed in my thoughts.
Absorbed in thought? You're not supposed to be thinking. You're a knight. You swing a sword when we tell you to, you fucking bitch.
Surely you jest. I know no more dedicated Saxon than you. I appreciate that. You want me to move my army into the grasslands?
Indeed we do.
They literally have clones! What was the point of ceasefire with the grasslands? Why are the Saxon Knights last brought... Why were the Saxon Knights last brought to battle?
It was an enemy who first breached the agreement, was it not? In any case, the negotiations were meant as a tactical delay, that's all. We needed enough time for the Saxon Knights to regain their strength after losing both the captain and the vice-captain. Now we have you as head of the Knights, Lady Chris. I heard you burned down a Korean village, one of the 6 clans of the grasslands. Quite an accomplishment, and should be highly commended.
It was my only recourse. Had to be done to protect our knights.
All the better to enhance the reputation of the Silver Maiden, who saved her army from danger, and exterminated the barbarian village, to be heard of as far as the Holy Harmonia and anon.
Do not seek glory for such a deed. The attack on the Korean village was only intended to rescue our men. It was not an act of bravery.
Oh, do not be so modest. We value your accomplishments very highly. Your stand against the barbarians gives credence to your title of White Hero.
God damn! With a modern progressive lens, that just sounds awful.
You burned down the barbarian village! The White Hero!
Like, oh, Jesus Christ. There's so much weird, like, overtones of racism involved in this game.
Glad to see how this current state of confusion within the Korean forces offers us a great opportunity.
Our job is to protect the Zexons in the land. If the council wishes to invade another land, do so with your own combat teams.
By weakening the grassland forces, you ensure the strength of the Zexons, do not. I might also add that this is a council decision, and it is your duty to serve our will.
We expect you to return immediately to the Brass Castle and begin your operations, Captain. Yes, sir. Let me give thanks to the goddess for allowing us this occasion to gather here today. If the council wants to invade lands and take it for themselves, why don't you just use your own battle teams? Well, because you're our bitch and you will do what we fucking say, you... Oh, right. I'm basically your battle slave. Got it.
Lady, how did the summons go?
They formally promoted me to captain for burning down the Korean village. And to celebrate the promotion, we're ordered to attack the Lizard Clan. Oh. Are we leaving for the Brass Castle immediately? Too late to travel today. We'll sleep here and embark at first light. Yes, my lady. Let me walk you home. They're out here thinking, ah, shit. Peace negotiations fell apart. I literally committed a fucking war crime. Burning down a Korean village. There's loads of dead civilians on my hands. A captain and a vice captain have been killed. I lost a whole unit. I am going to get steamrolled for this. And then the council's like, good job! You've given us adequate reason to go annihilate these barbarians. Every time they say barbarian, I always just, like, a chill goes through me. Good night, Lady Chris. Shall I call for you in the morning? Not necessary, but thanks, Boris. Take care of yourself and don't drink too much tonight and oversleep. You can depend on it. I will behave myself. Welcome home, Lady Chris. Hot water is prepared for your bath. Would have contacted you sooner, but I was called back at short notice. Not to worry, my lady. We are always here to serve you, whatever. Terribly tired. Nights. Alright. So here's the deal. We're going to play through chapters 1 through 3 for Chris. And the reason why is because Chris will be able to recruit a blacksmith in chapter 3, that Ghetto and Hugo will meet much earlier than she will, that they will benefit from immensely. Leave you in charge here while I'm gone.
Oh, certainly, Lady Chris.
Sorry I haven't been back here much.
No need for concern, your father was the same. I'm accustomed to it. You're busy.
Now, I do miss out on a very small but very poignant story detail. In Hugo's first chapter, he is given a pendant that he is to deliver to the Lightfellow household. The pendant is essentially supposed to be a memento of Chris's father that is being sent back to her. She gets the memento and is like, okay, cool, fine, awesome. But it's more like Hugo doing that for, like, as a favor to a friend. And then being told, like, by the way, a young barbarian boy came by. And he gave us this. I'm trying to remember when each group meets Thomas. I don't remember if it's chapter 1 for Hugo or 2. And then for Ghetto, I'm not sure if it's 1, 2, or 3. I know both of them are either chapter 1 or 2. I know that much. Because both of them meet him earlier than Thomas does. Well, sorry, than Chris does. Nothing new? Okay. Actually, I just want to double check, make sure there's no wind rune here. Viper, Great Hawk, Goss, no. We will affix Viper to our boy, though. I feel like that's better than Sword of Rage. Double check the armor shop down here, as well as the blacksmith. I'm not sure if they end up getting an upgrade in between chapters. No. No. The armor smith that you recruit is that guy, and I believe in order to recruit him, he like sells you a piece of armor that he says is worth like 20,000 pots or some shit, and you're just supposed to be like, okay, and then you buy it, and he goes, now you are an appreciator of true art, and then he just decides to just abandon his shop and go with you. So silly. Need to make sure that I have the chat up. All right. Oh. I can't remember if there's a treasure here or not, so I'm going to double check real quick. Run my ass through this particular tiny dungo. Son of a bitch. Whoops. That's probably not enough to one-shot them. I think it did the bug. Which is useful enough. Oh, those skeletons are tonky. I wouldn't expect anything to be able to handle a double shot from Chris or Boris at this fucking point. They're level 70, for fuck's sake. I mean, granted, their weapons aren't upgraded, but still. Yeah. So after we meet with Thomas, Chris will start being able to recruit people. Which is pretty cool. Just be able to do. Now, at this particular level, as I indicated the last time, one of the reasons why you recruit her at such a high level is because there are a great number of people that when you recruit them with somebody of a particular level, they benefit from that person's level. Now, whether or not I want to recruit literally all of them, I'm not sure, but it makes them far more effective. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I've been drinking tea. I'm very pent up. Well, I almost fell down the goddamn steps. That would have sucked. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of xenomorph alien bone soldiers. Look at those skulls. That's stupid. Hit the crit, still doesn't fucking hit. Kill him. These things are tanky. What the fuck? We might as well fight everything we come across, because every little bit of XP fucking matters at this point. So my understanding is that this particular cavern here, generally speaking, at the end of the cavern, it has like a treasure chest, which is usually guarded by a treasure boss. And then you get a decent amount of loots from the treasure chests. Yep. Yeah, I think these two on their own can probably handle a boss. That's a double crit. Defense crit. Ow. Oh no, this boss is so intimidating. Poison! God damn it, it's the one thing he doesn't have a defense against. Whee! And now he's dead. That was rough. That was insane. Holy shit, I can't imagine! 72,000 pots received. Along with a Mother Earth. Christ! Let's see, I got a metal set. That's going to be important. An old book. A script. Important. A Mother Earth. Christ. So I don't really want to use the Mother Earth until, like, later. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Because by the time it's actually going to be, like, an important thing to have, I'll have it back. We'll go ahead and put that on Salome when we have a chance. We'll go ahead and get the Blessed Helm. Biago! Okay. All in all, got very little out of that I can actually use that's like an actual upgrade. Which is fucking funny. But, got a fuck ton of pots from it. Let's... Okay, so the Northern Cavern treasure boss, I can't get back to until Hugo Chapter 3. Interesting. Oh no, that's not true. It's just a different boss each. So Ghetto can't get here until Chapter 3, at which point the boss becomes a stone golem. Thomas can get here in both his first and second chapter, at which point the boss is a magician. And the Ghost Knight is the boss at Chapter 4. Okay. Good to know. So this is like the primary treasure location, it seems. And I can't wait to upgrade these guys' weapons to match their level. Oh, it's gonna be so fucking nut bar, mate. The interesting thing is that there actually is a there's a character that you recruit by bringing a party of a combined power rating of over 600. And with my main 4 knights, Chris, Boris, Roland, and Salome, I already have that. Which is cray. Because you are given 6 slots to do that. So you only need everybody to have 100. Normally. When you bring... But, like... What's my power at? 152? Yeah. 4 people at, like, 150? More than enough. I'm hoping that this will at least soften them up so that I don't have to go through and, like, use 2 turns to kill each person. Each one. Only 141 on each, but, like, we'll see. He's dead. I guess crits at the very least will do it. Boris is berserked, so he should be able to start wiping them out. Yeah, Chris has over 1,000 skill points that she's never going to be able to spend. Ever. My plan, by the way, with the Suikoden games is I'm going to play through 3 and then 5. And then 1 and 2 remastered. That's the plan. Because I'm basically going through in order of my least to most favorite games, I'll say. Whilst also giving priority to making sure that they all come together in one sort of coherent story. So 3 is basically like more or less removed from the narrative of the rest of the Suikoden games. Which is a little annoying. Because 1 and 2 were basically like incredibly relevant to each other. But what are you gonna do? We're running real fast. Dun, 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 dun. Bip. Bip, bip. Easily dispatched. Tokyogumo. Jesus Christ, Boris. Oh, Cecile. Excuse me, it seems we took a wrong turn. Where are we? You are where you're welcome. Okay, but what do you call this place? Thomas is in here like, what the fuck are we gonna do? The commander of the knights is here. You have no context on any of this. You have no idea what's going on with Thomas. So this is Buda Castle. How surprising there's a piece of Zexon even out here in the grassland. Well, yes. Thomas, yes, the explanation. This land was made into common land by Grassland and Zexon through an old agreement. Common land? Heard of that before. Well, that's, Go on, Thomas. We had to do something to survive. Please try to understand. We were out of options, about to starve. Our only possible source of revenue was to allow businesses to lease our land and open shops, and since this is common land, only half of Zexon's law of supply, we have a record of the agreement. Please, understand. What are you talking about? Huh? So what you're saying is that you're leasing land to businesses here without the approval of the council? Yes. We have no alternative, madam. Lease or lose. That's the gist of it. Silly us. We promise to change if you insist, but whatever you do, could you avoid telling the council? You ask me, the council has no place controlling businesses out here. What they don't know can't hurt them. This is Zexon land in the middle of the grassland, after all. I suggest you try not to stand out too much and bring the attention of the council down on your heads. Does this mean what I think it means? The knights are not in a position to give approval, but we can turn a blind eye. Besides, the council's made things difficult for me as it is. I don't see why we should tell them about this. It is a good castle. Seems a little run down, but I can see it's very important to you. Phew, remember that? I thought I drowned in my own sweat. And now Thomas is playable! I like how it doesn't say, you can select Thomas's story next time. It says, select Thomas's story. Alright. I thank you very much, Lady Chris. I'd like you to protect this castle as well. Of course. With your permission, I'd like to visit this place again in the future. Developing a fondness for this old castle. Sounds of water that surround it. If there are people in this area who want to do business, I can tell them about this place. I'd be most honored if you be our guest any time. Yes, please, feel free to visit any time. So as Chris, I'm going to be going around and I'm going to be telling people like, hey, go to Buddha Hook. It's a shitty ass name, Buddha Hook. Peckles! He pecks. He comes at you and he goes, hey! Boop. Pecks you with his horns. Got the poison condition, but I don't give a shit because I'm going to the Brass Castle next, so shouldn't really be an issue. This is one of those games where the poison condition does carry over into the next phase, so... Finally, time to unwind. As you recall, I was forbidden to have a single drink last night. You better check again with Salome before you indulge. He disapproves of drinking before battle. Oh, yeah, have that again. I'll mind the horses. Thank you. Thank you, Lewis. Are we leaving to take on the Lizard Clan immediately? Guess my better judgment. Last son, nice stew, I have their duties. Don't sound too happy about it. No. Frankly, I'm kind of pissed, Boris. We just committed a war crime, and we're being told, hey, go do more. We'd like to do a war of aggression. And start taking over grassland land. So yeah, I'm not down with this shit. Silly me. Right? Hmm. All right. I need to look and see who I can recruit that benefits from the bonus. It looks like Bell and Gadget Z here benefit from the bonus. What are you doing with that barrel? This is no barrel. This is Gadget. I think he's missing a screw. Not working right now. Can I do something to help? You'll help? I appreciate that. See if you can find a screw that fell out. It must have happened along the way. I hope Monster didn't pick it up. Nice little hint as to what you're supposed to do. So, in order to recruit Belle, you head on out. You go to the Amur Plains. And you just run around and fight shit until something drops a screw. Don't worry, it's a pretty high drop chance. It won't take terribly long. In fact, you could, on the way to the Karayan village from before, accidentally just find the screw before even knowing what the hell it's for. So. Wasn't paying attention. I don't think I found the screw yet, so. Yep. Go ahead and beat the ever-loving shit out of this dragon. Why not? We're knights. We slay dragons. It's what we do. Doesn't take much, because we're awesome. So, in trying... I've looked up some shit in terms of finding out how they calculate how often you attack. So as you can see, Chris and Boris pretty much reliably double swing every turn. And apparently it's a calculation of the swing skill being trained up, increasing your swing stat, as well as Holy Dash. Because your speed matters too. Well, I found that screw. I found it on accident while doing the exploit before, several times. Got a painting. Not what I was looking for, though. So Belle and Gadget Z start off 2 levels lower than whoever recruits them. So right now, they will be level 68 when we recruit them. Unless we somehow level before that. Still, a decent bit above where we would normally end a game at. So they will require very little in terms of training, and will be immediately effective on the battlefield. Come on, drop a screw. One of you mothers has to drop a screw. One of you. Another person who benefits from that is Watari, who actually starts off 2 levels above, I'm pretty sure, your character. So he'll be level 72 when we recruit him. He just costs 20,000 potch, I want to say. That's a full-on 200k. That would be crazy. That ends up being the case. Just riding around, killing monsters, trying to see if we can't find a screw. And still no screw. Guess forget what I said before. The drop rate isn't as good as I thought it was. Man, I really need to figure out how to ban these bots that try to like I think I figured out how to do it. Get rid of those stupid bots. Criminies. They're just so annoying. Like whenever a bot comes into the Twitch and is just like, hey, do you want to get viewers and followers? Stop. I long for a day that my chat can be at least active enough that I can just not worry about that shit and just, like, not have to see them. That's my goal! Ooh, Octopath Traveler music. At some point in all of this, I think it would also be fun to play through Persona 5 Royale, because I never have. So that'll be fun to go through, I think. Evidently, my left thumbstick is, like, not working in terms of movement controls. Not sure why. Give me a screw, goddammit. You know why? It's because it's Chris and she's, like, legendarily chaste. I have this particular music in my D&D games as well. I'm used to it looping at this point. Really? Still no screw. This is starting to get ridiculous. Starting to get a wee bit silly now, game. It doesn't normally take this long to get a frickin' screw. Oh, when they guard, I have to second swing. A screw, just a painting. What is wrong with you people? Give me what I desire. Give me what I want. Show me what you got. I'm just trying to get a screw. You're supposed to drop it. I know you are. Oh, fuck. Still none. Come on. I'm gonna have so many paintings by the end of this. I'm actually going to level before I get a screw. I'm going to level at this point. Oh, hey! Hide. Finally. Got the damn screw. Oh my god, and Chris leveled. Insanity. I don't want to have to go through that nonsense again. Alright, Chris is level 71 now. Boom. Hello, Miss Bell. Gadget Z. I thought I was dead. A speaking barrel. I am no barrel. I am the culmination of technology and extreme intelligence. I am a metal warrior dispatched to this ruinous world. My name is Gat. It clang sprung. Gadget. Hunk of junk broke again. Awful. This condition, Gadget Z can barely even move. You don't happen to know a cheap place to stay, do you? Somewhere I can put Gadget Z until he's fixed? It'd be wise for you to take Gadget Z to Butahawk. You'll both be welcome. Oh, Butahawk? Like I have any choice. Where is it? Jitsi! Wait your turn! Handle me with care! No autographs today. Jitsi, can you hear me? We're going to head to Budahuck. Bell, do not be ish, fool. Of course I am. I can move, I can... Perfect, I am in condition. Thanks again for finding that screw. Bell has joined the 108 stars! Engadget Z has joined the 108 stars! What a wonderful thing. I'm happy for the both of them. I hope their careers are long and plentiful. Ah, early. I didn't expect to see you so soon. Now, Lord Salam, you were only too anxious to have them back. Percival. Your speedy return can only mean one thing, a new assignment. That's right. Where are Leo and Roland? They weren't out for a long ride. They said they needed some exercise. I think they really mean Leo. They should be back for supper. Could we have a talk then? See why not? I'm very busy lately. Short break. Have you been busy? You just kind of been riding around, screwing around there, lady. Relax and refresh yourself before we dine. I shall do that. Going to go out? Please take some with you. Alright, so we're gonna grab Bell and Gadget Z real quick. Both of them, as you can see, are level 69. Nice. So we're gonna... Gonna get them trained up a wee bit so that they are effective. Okay, so Belle will only ever get 2 swings. But she is one of the ones that does get them. I'm trying to remember. We'll leave her alone for now. Because I'm trying to remember if Belle is better as a caster or an attacker. I think she's a caster, but I'm not certain. Let me double check her education. Ah, yes, she's good with fire magic. A plus. Well, not A+, just A. Which is 2 ranks down from max, so yeah. Damn. Gadget Z's got some high-ass attack stats. I think his attack is entirely based off of his level. That'll get overshadowed as people get the ability to level up their weapons more. But it's pretty high for now. I'm just double checking, make sure I don't have to have like 200,000 or. Okay. So I need 100,000. I've got that. Yeah, I've got that. Sorry, I was thinking for a second I might have 1,000,000 pots. I was like, there's no way I have 1,000,000 pots. That's ridiculous. Alright, Bell and Gadget Z are ready to go. I can't recruit anybody else right now. Or at least nobody who would benefit from the thing. Oh, there's 2 different Gordons. Okay, so I don't have access to Augustine. Yeah, I need access to Ixay Village first. I know more or less how to recruit St. Augustine, or rather Augustine. I knew he needed a rose brooch, but I didn't remember where you got that. Alright, let's go outfit Percival. It's going to be relevant in the next fight. Next war battle, and I'd like him to not be useless. Okay. We need one of those. That's good. Don't think... Well, I could replace his boots and... medicine. And some extra armor. That'll be good. No weapon swing. Okay. Now we're gonna go train these guys and get them a bunch of skill points. It'd be better doing it in the caves, honestly, thinking about it. Caves were the northern cave was a pretty good source of XP, so. Dude, do you even have any talent in water magic? Okay, it seems like you do. Very little, though. To remove that from you. All right, Jean. Go to Butahuck and be their rune mistress. She does have some magical talent. Her magic's at 150 right now. Yeah, she's level 69, so should have at least decent magic if she's in any way a caster. Speed's at 151. And actually ends up swinging a bunch then. Percival's speed is super low. 90 to 92 before he gets a third swing in. Imagine he ends up getting 2. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Ah! Had a little bit of a panic attack. Thought I knocked over my vape. Or at least that I was about to. What am I doing? Supposed to go train. I want Percival to be capable. Capable Percival. I'm actually upset that Percival and Leo don't come at the same level as the rest of your knights when you're in chapter 2. It's kind of annoying, actually. Pretty cool that Bella already comes with a level 7 weapon, though. And Percival actually got some XP out of that. I want to level up Percival to like level 34? Around there if I can. At least that's the idea. Oh! There's a level. That was just 2 skellies. Boom, 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 boom. Percival's getting annihilated by these guys. Absolutely destroyed. Well, at least I have somebody to use these medicines on. Demolished. I think you get more... I'm trying to remember. I think you get more skill points the less people you have in your party when you're fighting stuff. So bringing Boris along actually would not be the play. I want to get him about 2,000 skill points. That'll probably max him out. Or until Percival hits level 34. One of the two. I don't necessarily know how long that's going to take. The fact that Bell and Gadget Z will be, like, stronger than a whole unit of knights on their own is just so funny to me. Alright. Let's keep running around till we get you more... And Anemones? Anemones. Vegetables. Vegetables was said last night during the raid. That was fun. So if I up Bell's swing and her holy dash, she'll start swinging twice. Boop. 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 Bell does almost as much damage when she's guarded as Percival does with a full hit. That's awful. Yeah. Speaking of fucking exercise, Percival. Your fellow knights are in the their levels are in the 70s, and you're over here slacking. Just slacking. Apologies, I didn't go through a reincarnation cycle for ages upon ages. Man, I can't wait to have higher level fucking weapon upgrades for everybody. That's gonna be so good. The only block to that, by the way, in terms of having that be something that just about everybody has, like the highest level weapon upgrades, which essentially gives them like a shit ton of damage no matter who it is. The only block to that is how incredibly expensive it is to do so, which, considering the fact that there's a lottery cheat that you can do to basically guarantee fucking, if you're patient enough, guarantee jackpots, isn't really that big a deal. Oh no, Percival's hurt. It's so funny to see Belle do more damage than Percival. It's just so fucking funny. I'm only recruiting with Chris the people who get a bonus to their level for being recruited by her, by the way, so... I'm not totally taking away all of Thomas's recruitment stuff. Alright, Percival's at 400 skill points. Very good, very good. Pretty sure Chris's unit alone during this upcoming war battle can probably solo the entirety of everything that I'm going to be fighting, but... I just want to make sure that I get the most out of my exploit. Get Belle and Gadget Z all leveled up and all skilled up. I think Ixay Village is the one that's like south of Bene Del Zexe. It's Percival's hometown, I think. Boop. I just love booping things with Gadget Z, and it's just so stupid. So Beast allies, which Gadget Z counts as, do not have armor and do not have weapons. So their power and their strength, all of that comes from their levels. All of it. Which is why Gadget Z is currently stronger than everybody else. Now, that is the case also for other allies that you will get. But here's the trade-off. Generally speaking, they're going to get outscaled. Nothing really to be done about that. It's just how it is. How dare you? Ah! Chris coming in and bodyguarding for Percival. She's like, quick! She quick with it. I think the biggest battles actually come from the last tunnel. That's where I can face the many, many skeletons. No, things that seem to have died down a tad here. Ooh. I think Belle has crap tons of HP. Because her defense is ass! Don't worry, we got fucking a billion medicines, though. But yeah, you need around like 2,500 skill points for most people to have their shit entirely leveled anyway. Well, at least Percival isn't taking like 100 damage per strike now. I don't know what caused that, but I'm not against it. He's down to like 50 now. Woo! Now this is what I like. Born in focus! How we do? How we doing, big boy? Gadget Z! Become Mega Z! That's funny as fuck. Come on, Gadget Z. You got. I'm sorry. It's just so stupid. I. I mean, it did loads of damage. Killed all the enemies. I can't be mad about it. That it reduced Gadget Z to 1 HP didn't seem to matter, so. Fair enough. What are you grinding for now? Skill points. I got some new party members. So I'm getting them some skill points so they can level up their shit. I'm also leveling up Percival because he did not benefit from my exploit. I will likely be returning here again not long after I find the place called Ixay Village, because that will allow me to recruit 1, 2, 3 more members who are all going to benefit from the exploit, who are all going to be in, like, level 70 something. So that'll be fun. Right back. Gotta go to the bathroom. I guess for them, that'll be the only way for them to reasonably level. Level 70 guys, I mean. Yeah, basically. There's nothing that you can't really, like, reasonably level anybody who gets past that particular point. Like, I was saying this before, level 62 is about, on average, the level that someone might get with a little bit of grinding. But not much. By the end of the game. Well, by the end. So that's something to note. So they are past end game levels. You're not meant to ever get to level 99. That's not a thing you're meant to be able to do. And your average party level will probably be more along the lines of, like, level 50 something by the end of the game. God, I love that. I love that Unite attack. So what I'm doing there is called a Unite attack. There are certain combinations of party members that you can get in the game that will allow for very special attacks that they will have access to as a result of being together. Now, that is a thing that has always been, that has been in Suikoden, I think, since forever, but I'm not entirely sure. It might have started in Suikoden 2, but I think it's been in since Suikoden 1. So that's fun. In Suikoden 4, they were like, hey, why don't we do a system, like an affinity system, where if you have people who have Unite attacks and you fight and you keep them in your party for a while, that Unite attack will actually level up. And it's like, okay, sure. But the problem is, there were only 3 levels that you could get, and you could get them within, like, 15 fights. So, like, it really wasn't a lot to work for. Yeah, it's insanely easy. There was no reason for it. And it didn't even increase the power of the Unite attacks all that much. So it was like an experimental thing that they did that there was just... They didn't make it so that you had to work for it. They didn't make it so that this was like a very powerful thing that it made sense to work for. It was just there, I guess. It's kind of a silly thing, honestly. Feels like it was supposed to level up much more than that, but they stopped. Maybe? Because, okay. Here's the thing. I think that that's a kind of a, not a viable thing to adopt into the system to any substantial degree. Because the whole point of a Unite attack is that it either does a bunch of extra damage, that both of you normally wouldn't do with a regular attack, or it causes a status ailment or something along those lines. So if you were to level them up too much, then they would become overpowered to the point that, like, all the other things that you do, that you learn how to do, you know, all the various different skills that you learn, all the rune magic that you have access to, that stuff just wouldn't even be a thing you would use. You just use Unite attacks all the time. So you need to balance it so that it's, you know, it's worth it to use all the various different systems that you have. Now, in terms of Unite attacks, I almost never find them to be necessary in boss fights. I like, Unite attacks, generally speaking, are just nothing. It's not worth the investment of taking up 2 people's turns to do it. Usually, it doesn't do more than the damage that they would normally do anyway. Now, in grinding fights like these, the Bell and Gadget Z have a pretty decent Unite attack that actually is good for taking out large groups of people pretty consistently. It doesn't cost you, like, mana slots or anything. The only thing it costs you is that at the end of the fight, Gadget Z has, like, 1 HP. You have to heal him. Which, honestly, given how many medicines drop from monsters, is not a big deal. So, Focus, I don't think you were here when I was explaining this, but Gadget Z there is considered a Beast-type character. Now, Beast-type characters work in a way, essentially, where they don't actually equip weapons and armor. Their stats are entirely based around their level, so they benefit a lot more from the exploit trick than just about everybody else. Now, most Beast-type characters actually end up taking up more than 1 slot, too, in terms of your party dynamic. Or at least some do. No! That didn't come until later. Beast-type characters taking up more than 1 slot didn't happen until Suikoden 5. Which made sense because they also buffed Beast-type characters to make them even stronger. Yeah. I'm remembering now that they don't normally take up 2 slots in this because Fubar, which is a character that you get with Hugo, by default, if you put him in the same party slot duo as Hugo rides him. It's the same thing that you get. There's a dragon rider that you actually gain access to in the mid game, who rides a dragon. A small dragon, not like a big dragon. When you think of dragon, you might think of something very large, but in this case, it's like relatively small. Still bigger than any of the characters, but the dragon himself, his name is Bright. He's about the size of if you were to look at Smog and reduce him to about, like, 8 feet tall, I'd say. Teeny dragon. It's all relative. So Chris already has all of her skill points maxed out. So she literally gains nothing. She will have so many skill points by the end of this game. She's already got almost 4,000. And I'm not even training Augustine, Watari, and Ayame yet. On average, you can probably max out the skills of just about anybody with about 2,500 skill points. Which is... It sounds like a lot, considering I only get maybe like 20 maybe per fight. But when you... Or like on average. But when you really get down to it, like, that's only like 100 and... like fights, just generally. And, like, you're definitely going to do more than 100 fights over the course of any one individual JRPG. The skill system is actually new in Suikoden 3, the one that I'm playing right now as well. There was no skill system in 1 and 2 that I remember. It was a new development that went over pretty good with the fans. The fans were like, this is pretty fucking cool. One of the reasons why is because while every character has natural affinities for certain types of skills, if you want to make your characters be good at different shit, they can be. They have the ability. So it adds a little bit of customizability to your various different characters that you would like to be able to use more often, but they don't serve the role generally that you want. So you can make one, like, if there's a particular character that you really like, but he's a striker and you already have, like, a team full of strikers, you can, like, give him at least a basic amount of magical capabilities. Train him up to know at least a decent bit about like whatever type of magic they might be if it like have some level of skill in, and then have them be a caster. They won't be like a strong caster, but it's like, I like this character, I want him in my party, you know. So Focus, my plan right now actually is to play through Suikoden 3, which is going to involve Chris. We're going to be having Chris do all of her chapters first. Chapters 1 through 3. We're not alternating. And then I'm probably Hugo and Ghetto will be the other two in that order. No, probably Ghetto and Hugo. Ghetto first, then Hugo. Hugo is the harder of all of the various folks, because he starts off at the lowest level and has the least ability to grow until like chapter 3, where he can like even himself out with Chris and Ghetto. And as a result, his boss fights tend to be harder because it's hard to get him to a high enough level where the boss fights become like easy. Ghetto has a full ass team with him that helps a lot. Chris has access to the best equipment and the most amount of starting money. Party's probably strong enough to beat the game already. Not really. So you're right in the sense that as I advance, everything at least for Chris is going to be absolutely fucking trivial. That much is true. But equipment plays a very large role in the game. Very large. Like right now, Chris is doing about half the damage she normally can, and she still takes a decent amount of damage from attacks because she just doesn't have really like the best armor. So it's pretty important to be able to upgrade your weapons and armor. Levels and skills only do so much for you. Now, that being said, in my experience, there's never been a JRPG game that's particularly difficult. Like, man, I just can't beat this game. I've never had that happen. If I've ever gotten frustrated at a JRPG, it's because they're making me do some sort of stupid puzzle that I can't figure out. That's that's the only reason why I would ever like get annoyed or frustrated or feel like I'm not making progress. And when I was a child, like a very young child, the thing that would stop me from being able to advance is the fact that I couldn't read. So I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. So I just run around in circles, be like, who am I supposed to talk to? I'm talking when I was like 4 or 5 years old. Playing Final Fantasy Adventure on the Game Boy. I'd have to ask my brother, like, where am I supposed to go? He's like, You try Trails SC on Nightmare and get all BP? Yeah, but that's more like a 100% challenge, you know? Like, base level beating a game is not the hard part. Like, even on Nightmare mode. Even without BP, it's really hard on Nightmare early game. Sure. I would say that when it comes to Trails, like, it does make you think a little bit more. They do, like, they will catch you off guard. They've caught me off guard. You've seen it. You've been there. But once you know what you're in for, you can prepare accordingly. And it's not an issue to really get through it. You can be like, oh, okay, I see. We're doing this. Okay, fair enough. Go back, do a little bit of leveling, get some Sepith together. Get the equipment you need to actually defend against the types of attacks the enemies do. Things like that. I've seen people do gameplay videos of Trails games on Nightmare mode. And they never, like, you know. They appear to have prepared themselves in such a way that they don't just get insta-gibbed by bosses. Grinding is extremely limited because you really want to level a few times at 1 XP per kill. Yeah. But really, it's the Sepith that's more important than the levels, you know. At least in Trails that I've seen. Speaking of grinding, Sepith is more important, especially in later games. Yeah. I saw, speaking of grinding and shit like that, I saw, apparently there's like a cottage industry right now of people just hating on Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't know why. I haven't played it. Don't understand. A lot of it has to do with like the ending, apparently. People are just like really, really pissed off about it. Or at least some people are. I won't say people in general. It's a fairly well-received game, all things intended. But one of the complaints I saw was, what are we going to do in Chapter 2? We have the ability to get to, like, max level, casting, like, max level spells, flying around, teleporting behind enemies and shit. Meanwhile, in vanilla Final Fantasy VII, there's the swamp monster, the massive snake. That's supposed to be a challenge. That's supposed to be a demonstration of how incredibly powerful Sephiroth is, because not even Sephiroth, but one of his clones straight up impaled this giant snake on a fucking tree. And we need to get a chocobo to avoid fighting it because of how strong it is. We can't have that in the next chapter of whatever Final Fantasy VII Remake's gonna be doing. The Midgar Zolom or some shit? I don't know. I don't remember what it's called.
Been a while since I played Final Fantasy VII, I'll be honest with you. Been a good long while.
I vaguely remember what you're talking about, yeah. I guess the main complaint that people have for Final Fantasy VII Remake is that it's not a remake, it's a sequel. Which, to me, I'm like, that sounds awesome. And then they're like, but we don't want a sequel! Okay? Personally, I think a sequel is a little bit more interesting. Especially one that screws around with the timelines. It's called a remake, then they're not getting what was said on the tin. Yeah. It's like, it's not okay to lie to your customers. You called it a remake. It's not. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. But if they were to say Final Fantasy VII 2, that would kind of give away the ending. So I guess they called it a remake. I mean, really, when you get down to it, it is a remake. It's just a remake with a reimagining. I don't know. I feel like it's not... Like, it doesn't strike me as a particularly compelling criticism. I don't need to heal him all the way. He takes no damage. Okay. So if you look at Gadget Z, you can see that his defense is 189, his attack is 350, right? Well, that's because he's a beast. He doesn't equip armor, he doesn't equip weapons. Meanwhile, go down to Chris, who is level 71. 251 attack, 113 defense. So you and Gadget Z is a very weak character, all things considered. So that gives you a decent idea as to the importance of equipment. He is dwarfing her in all relevant stats in terms of fighting. Purely because he's a beast character whose stats are based off of level instead of equipment. Yes. Or just I imagine people had something in mind when it was announced, so they're going to let down when it significantly. I guess, but you could make that a criticism of just about any game that comes out. Every game has expectations which are not fulfilled in one way or another. Either they are fulfilled in a different but also satisfying way, they are not fulfilled in a way that feels like they've left something out, or they've been more than fulfilled in ways in which you didn't expect. And it's only like one of those that's actually an issue. Final Fantasy VII is a lot of people's darling, so to speak. I suppose that's true. But I would consider it amongst one of my favorite games of all time as well. I've replayed through Final Fantasy VII at least several times. I spent loads of times getting the Golden Chocobo and the Knights of the Round, challenging myself to beat Ruby Weapon. Emerald Weapon was never a challenge. Even when you fight Emerald Weapon without the item that lets you breathe underwater, so it's not a timed fight anymore. Even when you keep the timed fight going and it's like, you got 30 minutes to kill Emerald Weapon, not that hard. One Knights of the Round summoned, and like all of his little fucking emeralds are shut down, and he only has his main head left. Which, you know, I've got Cloud. He will absolutely fuck up that head. All right, guys, see, we got another army of Skelebros. Kill him. So Bell and Gadget Z are actually the result of a mated pairing in Suikoden 2, I want to say. Suikoden 3 takes place 27 years after Suikoden 2. That I recall, anyway. Okay, so the idea was to get to either 2,000 skill points or get Percival to level 34, whichever comes first. They are real close. He's got 1650 now, and he is like over halfway through level 33. So I think he'll hit level 34 first, but we shall see. Oh, I just had to crack my wrist there. Oh, that felt nice. So we're almost done with this particular grinding sesh. The bone soldiers drop patched leathers, which are absolute ass. They sell for like 40 gold. And just take up room in your inventory. Very annoying. One thing I appreciate most about modern JRPGs compared to older ones is inventory. True. Remember Mass Effect 1's inventory system? God, was that hell. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of them basically doing away entirely with inventory later on, but holy shit. There's got to be a good middle ground between having a massive, over-inundated, infinite inventory system where you just get drops all the time and you just lose track of the things that you actually want because they're just buried under a mountain of things. And having no inventory system at all. Where you just pick the kind of weapon you want, and they're all basically the same power. And armor is just an aesthetic. Fun fact. Chris here? Hi. Hi, Chris. Has the most amount of outfits in the Suikoden series. She has 11 outfits. Now, in the game, you only ever see 2 of them. But in the manga, she's got loads. And oh yes, there's a Suikoden 3 manga. People loved Suikoden 3. They loved the story. They loved the characters. They loved the fact that there were 3 main characters you interacted with. And each of them were pretty good in their own right. To update you on the story as it is right now, Focus. So we just committed a war crime. It was in self-defense, but So we were sent to head peace talks with the Grasslanders, which are made up of 6 different clans that all essentially are loosely associated groups of people. And we basically told the Grasslanders, "Hey, we'd like to have a ceasefire." And then the Grasslanders attacked us seemingly out of nowhere. So our response was to retreat through a line that we create. And then after we retreated through the line, we found an old we found a Korean village, one of the clan's village that was participating in this attack. And our strategist was like, "Let's set fire to the village, make the Koreans panic, and retreat from battle, giving the rest of our soldiers the chance to retreat as well." So we went to the village and we set it on fire. And during the course of this, for some reason, a bunch of innocent civilians got killed. We don't know why. Nobody claims responsibility. But when we got to the end of the village, we just saw a pile of dead bodies, and we were like, what the fuck? Now, whilst that plan worked, and the Koreans did retreat, and as such, some of our soldiers were able to get out, we still lost basically a whole unit, including their captain and vice captain. So, Chris was summoned back to talk to the council. Now, she suspected that she was going to be reprimanded. You attacked a Korean village. You essentially ruined any possibility of peace between us and the Grasslanders. We're screwed. You're a disgrace to the title. She was expecting all of those sorts of things. But instead, the council goes, "Hey, good job with doing what you needed to do in the situation. We're pretty happy about that. Also, since the Grasslanders attacked first, that means we get to go in and just start fucking their shit up. We're gonna have you take your men to go attack the Lizard Clan and just absolutely destroy them." And then they promoted Chris officially to the title of Captain of the Zexen Knights. So she comes out, and her subordinate is like, "How'd it go?" And she's like, "For attacking a Korean village and setting it on fire and burning it to the ground, I've been promoted to captain, and we are now rewarded with having to go out to attack more people." And everyone's kind of like, "All right." Now, that's not to say that Chris didn't have reservations about this. During the meeting with the council, Chris essentially said, "Hey, if you want to invade another sovereign nation, the knights aren't the people that you're supposed to use for that. Take your own little combat troops and do it yourself." And the council was like, "You understand you're our bitch, right?" Not in so many words, but they were like, "We all came to a decision. You do what we tell you to do." And she's like, "Fine." So now she's got to attack a bunch of people, and she's not really, like, fully on board with the idea. Just kind of pissed off. But there's nothing that one can do. You gotta do your duty. So we're getting prepped for the attack. Now, in the process of this, we have also come across a small little castle that lies way away from Venay del Zexe on the border between Zexen and the Grasslands. And this castle is called Butahut Castle, headed by a guy named Thomas. When we arrived, Chris actually had no idea where she was. And she was just like, "Excuse me, but where is this?" And the people at the castle had thought that Chris was there to punish them for something. And so they bring her up to a room, and they like try to plead with her, and they're like, "What we're doing is totally legal. We have legal backing for this. We have the documents." And she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And when they realize that she really has no idea what they're talking about, they explain to her that up here at Butahut, Lake Castle, as it is called on the map, there is a treaty that was made many, many years ago as a result of the Firebringer War, where Butahut Castle would essentially be conjoined land owned by both Zexen as well as Grassland. Now, Butahut is not doing well financially. It is falling apart. So they were like, "We have a shit ton of land. Why don't we just lease it out to a bunch of businesses?" But the council said, "Nope. The only businesses that you'll get out there are Grasslanders, and we don't want them to do well out there. No business is allowed." And so they found a treaty about the conjoined land. And they were like, we don't have to obey that. And so now they're leasing out the land to all businesses that want to come there and do business. And Chris basically went, you know what? Fuck the council. I'm just going to go ahead and pretend I didn't see any of this. And you know what? If I see somebody else who needs some business, I'll send them your way. Hide user. So the interesting thing to me about Suikoden is how mired in politics it is. And not just politics as like a general term, but I mean like politics of the world. There's so many countries involved in everything that happens. Even in this, there's 3 countries involved in the story of Suikoden 3. Even though it's not a terribly large map, there's Zexen, which is essentially this whole area here. And then there's the Grasslands, which is essentially this whole area here. And then there's Harmonia, which is all the way down here somewhere, but we never actually get to go there. But they are involved. Luca Blight? What are you doing in my chat? You extrajudicial murderer? You get some food, be back pretty shortly. Later, Focus. See you when you return. Pretty girly. People use deer antlers for medicine. They're crushed and made into tinctures and poultices. And where do you get horns? Wherever deer abound. Find some. Go to the local trade shop and check it for yourself. I'm actually... Do I want to recruit this guy? Yeah, sure, why not? Just walking around while looking for a village to burn. Ah, you bastard! Luca Blight, you are my favorite villain of all time because of how insane you are. Literally the Joker of Suikoden. Just out here murdering children, burning villages down. Executing people and framing them for the crimes that you commit. And just laughing all the way. I won't be getting to your story, Luca, until a good while, Because the plan I have right now is to play through Suikoden 3, which takes place a good while after your crimes, and then Suikoden 5, which takes place before your crimes, and then Suikoden 1 remastered, and then Suikoden 2 remastered, which is right when I get to you. Memorable word is die, pig! God. That was a crazy scene. You're begging me for your life? Very well. Crawl on the ground on all fours. Oink like a pig. Oink, oink. Oink, oink. There you go. Embracing your true nature. Now, die, pig. Boom. Jesus. Sheesh. Alright, we now have mole armor. Didn't want that, but we have it now. But up, da. God. Luca Blight. Son of a bitch. This is all probably graffiti, so it'd be good to praise these and get rid of them now so I can open up some room in my inventory then. Ooh. The urn's worth something, though. We'll hold on to the urn. Do you guys have a fire rune? Double checking. You don't? Okay. That's fine. That is fine. I shall go sell some things. Surprised graffiti is still worth 250 potch. I'm glad I can get the money back for the fucking mole armor. Jesus. We'll get rid of that. I don't know anybody who uses a shield and that I'm gonna be utilizing anytime soon. We'll get rid of it. We'll hold on to the urn, though. You guys don't have anything good, do you? Yes, you do! Holy cannoli! Blessed chainmail, by God! go ahead and grab that. Equip that on Chris. Oh. It's got defense plus 69. Nice. 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 I like that it's weak versus thrust as well. Oh, that's right. I think they're supposed to be up here? In the middle of the city? Gilwam! Literally, what are you doing?
It's rude to talk back. That's one way to deal with that. Come on, boy, take your punishment.
Who called me a boy? Why are you calling me a boy?
I don't look kindly upon pests who interfere. Did you think I would only defend?
You bitch.
Display attack! Ominous oceans! Cowards! I better stop to catch my breath. Don't expect me to spare you. Caw.
Bitch.
I lost.
Your stats, by the way, are relevant to how well you do in duels.
You just remember this.
Hello, Shaban. You adorable little muffin. So we've got the musical troupe here. Shaban, who plays the tambourine, I'm pretty sure. We got the violinist in the back. Is his name Nepo? Topo. Topo's his name. We got Nay, Topo, and Shaban. As I understand, in accordance to the story anyway, and how Nay is received generally, supposedly she's supposed to be like uniquely beautiful. I do know that Roland ends up like kind of fancying her. All right, we got our deer antler. We've recruited the musical troupe. Go give our deer antler to the feller. We've got Dominic. We've got an armor shop opened up as well. I don't think the bath guy shows up until the Firebringer chapters, when you actually name a flame champion. I think. We'll double check on our way back. Because he shows up around these parts, rubbing up on a tree. Oh, there he is. No, this isn't it either. You guys' baths are much quieter, yet stimulating in a regal way. What are you doing? I'd say this guy's bath is like a womb. Warm, comfortable, and safe inside. Ah! Who are you? What are you doing? My favorite part about Chris is that she reacts to everybody the way that any normal person would. She's just utterly baffled by the insane people that exist in the Suikoden universe. How embarrassing. Why did you speak up if you were there? I did call out, but I'm not going to get into it. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with you right now. I have to find the right wood for my bath. Do you want me to help? You'll help? No. I can't have you think building a bath is easy. You have to have a keen eye to recognize good quality. This trade requires a person with the guts to take on grueling work. What's your name again, bud? Goro. Ah, somebody in my party has to have the appraisal skill. Fair enough. I think when I play Thomas, I'm pretty sure, what's his face? Sebastian? I think he has a appraisal skill. I love Thomas, by the way, because he's just so fucking funny. He's like, I get my own castle. And then he arrives and they're just like, we're broke. The castle's falling apart. We've been selling the furniture to try and not, like, starve. He's like, oh, well, shit. Um, all right. You go, you just have a time there, Scotty. All right. I was trying to remember what I was doing. The skills I've been grinding, of course. Actually, there's no reason to increase swing or holy dash any further. He can only ever swing up to 2 times. Armor protect's worth getting. He becomes a veritable tank with armor protect. Bell should be able to swing twice now. All right, should be good there. Still need to learn a little bit of magic on Bell's end, but past that, we're good. Think magic resistance. Lesson. Bell. I don't know if I want to bother with shield man. Ooh, she's got really good earth magic. Don't think she needs that. So we'll go ahead and get rid of that. Grab that. And then grab that. And we'll give her the Mother Earth runes since she has earth magic as a thing that she's good at with. Which gives her access to earthquakes. That also gives her units an earth thing for when we go to wartime events. Ooh. I should go rest and save. Stay safe. Alright, so we're going to have another war event, and then we're going to go to Ixay Village after that. Pretty sure. And then there we'll hire Watari. And then after we hire Watari... Oh, good. You didn't miss anything. We're just now getting back to the story here. We recruited a few people. But none of them were fighters. All of them were just kind of like extra people that like run shops and such. The way that you recruit the armor shop guy is by buying a useless piece of armor. And then he's like, I see you have discerning taste. Oh yeah, we also rescued a little girl who was being harassed by an old man. That was weird. I'd expect talents in cooking to come from you, Percival, but I didn't know Salome could cook. Why do you expect that talent from Percival? Roroshi moment? It was worse than that. She was a little girl, and he was chasing her around going, ho, 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 ho. Isn't this fun? I think Yowam is the appraiser that you end up recruiting. My family's always enjoyed preparing food.
It was a little bland, though.
Well, next time I'll make yours good and spicy. Was there enough at least?
Plenty. It was fine.
Made extra just for you. Well, I certainly enjoyed everything from the food to the company. Grateful for all your hard work, gentlemen. You honor us. I'm thrilled you like it. Let's get down to business. I'd like to hear your opinions. We have new orders from the Zexan Council. And these are to subjugate the Lizard Clan. Conquer the Great Hollow? Well, that's not a pleasant task.
I don't mind giving those scaly creeps a hard time, but to crush them, we'd need at least 2 months to prepare.
I can't see the Council wanting to actually destroy them. I think it's a matter of saving face and retaining the upper hand.
There'll be a new election of council members soon. Perhaps some candidates are using this to increase their popularity. And we can retaliate for our last defeat. We have to save face too. I completely agree.
We weren't the only ones to lose friends and family in the last war. Avenge the deaths of Lord Miriam and Lord Lanchet.
Hear, hear. Then we'll assume that the campaign is to put fear on the Zexan Federation and knights into the Grasslanders' hearts.
Suppose so. Who here wants to combat the lizards in their caves?
Not I, thank you.
Wouldn't want to get lizard stains on our precious uniform now, would we? Please, Percival, keep your human jokes to a minimum. I don't find them amusing. That wasn't a human joke! That was just a joke! At your expense! Sure thing, Roland. My mistake.
The smartest move would be to open fire and finish before we reach the Great Hollow. Do you concur?
Agreed. Same here. You have my vote.
I'm ready for some real action. All I did last time was chase that Karai kid. When I reached the battleground, it was over.
Okay, that's enough. Salome, how long will it take to get ready to leave?
A few days at the most.
Then we'll depart as soon as we're ready. Let's do our best and be on our way. Lady Chris, haven't you forgotten something? What is it, Lewis? That you were formally appointed as Captain of the Knights.
I'll teach you something, Lewis. The Council's approval does not determine the appointment of a captain.
What do you mean?
Lewis, the captain is someone who we, as knights, can entrust our lives to. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, now I get it. Good.
Now, let's toast with our captain to our new campaign.
Splendid idea. Let's do it.
Lewis, how about a tall, frosty glass of milk for you?
Aw, no fair. Good morning, milady. What is the matter, Lewis? Last night's wine. Let that be a lesson for you. Percival sure had fun getting you drunk. That is... Okay, so as cartoony looking as this game is, we have had Chris murder a child and another child getting drunk. Like, there's some crazy shit going on. What up, Salome? Ooh, we got Leo in the building. This is chapter 2 or 3. This is chapter 2. Chapter 2. You can tell because we've recruited some people. And we're still a knight. We're going to do a wee bit of grinding with Leo to get him ready for battle. And then we will head off. Day and night. Fun thing about Leo is he doesn't need that many skill points because he don't have that many skills. He's literally just a berserker. He just goes in and goes... That's all he does. His job is to hit him with his stats. Yup. I didn't know you could get all these side characters for chapter 3 and actually use them. I recruited all the characters at the end of chapter 2, right before taking off with the man in the cupboard. Yeah. So you can start recruiting people basically like the moment you find Butahuck. The moment you find Butahuck, which is available to you in Chris's chapter 2, basically upon start. The moment you leave Venedel's Exe, you get to... Oh, that's right. I need to upgrade Leo's weapon to level 8. Whoopsie doodle. You go to Butahuck, you talk to Thomas, he gets all like scared that you're going to forcibly shut him down. And then you're like, well, no, I'm not going to do that. He's like, well, if you're not going to shut me down, would you mind looking for people for me? And then you're like, yeah. So, Leo is level 27, and his damage is about on par with Chris already. Now, granted, he only hits once. That's the main issue with Leo. There's loads of characters that you can get like 2, even 3 hits out of. But Leo only hits once. He goes, ba-bam! He has a big old axe, and he whacks people in the face. Once. All right. Let's go train him up a bit. We'll get Leo, let's say, 1,000 skill points. So half of what we got, Percival. Since he only needs to level like 2 things. But yeah, you go to Lake Castle basically like immediately, and then you can recruit people. I've got Belle. She's strong. I got Gadget Z. He's strong. Your swing skill is what affects how many times you hit, right? Swing and Holy Dash. It's your swing skill plus like an interaction with your speed. There is a guide you can use to get a decent idea. So, okay. Max swings. Bozba, Duke, Dupa, Leo, Luke, Nicholas, Piccolo, Rico, Salome, Shiba, Twykin, Vicky, both in her young and adult form. They can all only hit once. These are all the people who can hit twice. Very long list. These are all the people who can hit 3 times. A decent list. These are all the people who can hit 4 times. 5 times. 6 times. And then skipping 7, Emily can hit up to 8 times. Emily is nutty. Unfortunately, you can't get her for a while. But yeah, it is insanity. She can hit 8 times in a round. Now, she is a monk character. She fights with her fists. But it's based off of your swing skill as well as your speed stat, and your speed stat's affected by your holy dash. So for Emily, you need to get her swing stat and her speed stat all up entirely. And that'll be good for her. Holy Dash is actually useful. It's casual in this game. Yeah. Holy Dash does have its use. It's not amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's good. Good job. As some might say. Wait, is there an area boss in the forest? No, it's just the Papa Holly and the deep. They'll be the same area boss regardless. Okay, yeah, that's trash. So we're gonna chill and just kind of like auto battle here for a little bit. We're gonna run over to the other side of the cave here. This is a good training spot for this particular point in Chris's campaign because it has pretty decently leveled monsters, and they're at a certain point in this particular dungeon, there's a chance that you can fight like 6 Skelebros, and that is not only good XP, but it is also really good skill points. But yeah, Leo is not a terribly strong character because he only ever hits once. It makes him really good in the early game, but he ends up falling off real bad by late game. All right, Belle's got her swing all the way up, so she's now hitting twice. Nice. All right, make our way down here. Making our way down. Walking fast. All right. We run around for a little bit. We're gonna train up Leo just a tad. We're not going nuts with Leo. He's not an endgame dude. He's not gonna be huge in our parties. I just want him to be useful come war battles. That's all. Nice. I'm not sure it's even. Is there a point even to using Breath of Ice? It doesn't kill. Well, I guess it kills the green guys. Percival's got his second swing in. He's good. So, because of Mother Earth, I have access to the max level attack that the regular Earth has. Holy shit! Did you see that? 1,700 damage. Oh, Lord. Oh, dear boy. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, golly gee. Gosh, that's a lot of damage, sure. So yeah, Earthquake is normally the max level cast for a normal Earth rune, but Mother Earth is the tier 2 Earth rune, which gives you access to Earthquake as a tier 3 cast instead. So you get more casts of it on magically powerful casters. There's 3 tiers of runes. Nothing's going to stand you away for the rest of the game. This Chris exploit pays off in dividends. Oh, absolutely. It's so bad. And I'm not even done recruiting the people who end up benefiting from her level either. Later on in this chapter, I'll be recruiting Watari and Ayame. And they're going to both be essentially Chris's level. I think Ayame is at Chris's level and Watari is actually 2 levels above. It's so stupid. And then we do another earthquake. Babumskis. Bashkushkish. All of you die. I'm doing like almost triple their HP with one cast of Earthquake. Christ. Now, the funny thing about training skills, by the way, too bad you can't use her in the Man in Black fight in Hugo's Chapter 2. True. Don't worry, though. I'm a grinder at heart. I'm going to make that fucking fight trivial. I'm going to beat Man in Black and Masked Bishop fights every single time. I will win all of them. Now, focus. There is a group of ne'er-do-wells who are responsible for a lot of the problems that are happening in the game, in the course of the game. Who you fight on several occasions. And for at least a couple of those fights that I remember, losing is actually an option. Like, the game is just like, listen, this fight's really difficult. It's coded to be kind of difficult, so the possibility of you, like, actually losing is there. We don't mind if you lose this. It actually works fine for the story. But I will win every single one of them, goddammit. Damn, I critted the fuck out of him. All right. Leo's already a quarter way there. Optional wins like that are my favorite thing. Yeah. Where the game's like, we're going to give you a hard fight. It's not impossible. You can win it. But if you lose, it's fine. The game keeps going. In these instances, they are like pretty challenging in their own way. I wouldn't say that they're like cakewalks, even if you do grind. And generally speaking, on your first playthrough, you don't see them coming. So you're like caught off guard. You're like, shit. I remember my very first playthrough of Suikoden 3. There is a boss fight that you get. The first boss fight in Ghetto's camp chapter. I lost that. But that's a fight that you're allowed to lose. It was a very difficult fight. It's like a caster. It's a caster slash meleeer with like a bunch of ads that all do crazy damage, have a decent amount of HP. It's nutty. It's a pretty tough fight if you don't prepare for it adequately. So, anyway, so the reason why we are doing all three of Chris's chapters before we do any of the chapters of anybody else, when you get to chapter 3 with Chris, you can get the blacksmith recruited for Butahuck. So when everybody else has access to Butahuck, Hugo, Ghetto, you can go get their weapons like hardcore upgraded, which makes a lot of their fights a decent bit easier, a decent bit simpler. The Knights and Hugo's chapter 1 gave me so much trouble I didn't even know how to increase skills. I looked up and found out I need to increase skills. I was saved locked there. Duh, that sucks. Did you end up having to restart? See, for me, when I was young, I always insisted on like talking to everybody that I could see to see if any, like, what useful things they could either tell me or anything like that. I learned very quickly that, like, when you talk to NPCs and JRPGs, a lot of them will give you, like, either hints to the story or little tips and tricks that'll, like, kind of help. In terms of, like, finding stuff to buy, sell, where to find items, shit like that. So, I always talk to everybody. So I learned about skills basically almost immediately because there's a Bujutsu teacher in Hugo's in Hugo's starting village. I love Gadget Z just coming in with his comically sized hammer and just going bonk. I think I eventually brute forced and abused healing and got lucky misses. I think Suikoden 3 was my first JRPG besides Pokemon Gold. My first ever RPG was Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy. I had no idea what I was doing. At that particular point, I was still struggling to read, and it wasn't very well translated either. So... that didn't go well for me. I would constantly get lost, not know what I'm supposed to do, not understand the mechanics. And eventually I just kind of gave up. I did eventually go back to Final Fantasy Adventure later on in my life, just to beat it, because it was like a game that I kind of like rage quit. Not because the game sucked, but because I just had no idea what I was doing. And that felt like a bad reason to like quit a game. So I went back and played that shit. I was like, you know what? Let's give it another go. Suikoden 3 is certainly a solid one in the series. But in spite of the fact that I actually really like Suikoden 3, it's like my third favorite of the Suikoden series. And that's out of 5. So that should tell you something. My least favorite is 4. My fourth favorite is 1. My second favorite is 5. And my first favorite is 2. Suikoden 4 was the only game of the entire series that I would consider actually like legitimately bad and annoying. Not only does it take place hundreds of years before any of the other Suikodens, so like there's almost no relevancy to the stories of any of the other games. It just tells you how the island nations got founded. That's essentially what happens. Which, like, fine, I guess that's a story that I'd like to know. But then they told it so badly, too. Like, the story was very haphazardly done. Sure, it still felt like a Suikoden story, so it wasn't, like, the worst thing in the world. I've played worse stories before. But then they also made it so that you had to sail everywhere. They made the open world an absolute crock of shit. There's nothing. There's just islands. Who the hell thought? You know what we should do? We should make the open world just water. And make it so that everywhere looks exactly the same. And have all of the monsters essentially be the exact same throughout the vast majority of the game in the open world. Ooh, yeah. So totally awesome. Really enjoying this. I'm really glad we decided to go this route, fellas. And the sailing is so slow. There's a speed up option for the sailing that still makes it so it takes like fucking 20 minutes to get from point A to point B, because you're also getting in a random battle every 2 seconds. It's just so bad. Upsetting, one might say. So yeah, Suikoden 4 was the only game of the entire series that I would consider a disappointment. Now, the reason why Suikoden 1 is my 4th favorite of the series, in spite of the fact that it is very close to Suikoden 2, is because they were still doing a lot of experimenting then. It was incredibly unpolished on a level that made like a lot of it very frustrating to play. You couldn't run until you found an elf that you basically had to have in your party at all times in order to be able to run. That was annoying. The story was very just kind of all over the place because the writers still had no idea what they actually wanted to do with Suikoden yet. So like they're, you know, you'll be fighting a war in order to avenge the death of your childhood friend, and then at some point you just randomly stumble into a village. It's like, we've been ruled by a vampire forever. It's like, why the fuck do vampires exist? It just feels very sloppy in comparison, which it's reasonable for it to feel that way. Suikoden 1 came out in like 1995 or some shit. Or was it 94? Oh no! Suikoden 1 was 1998! Damn! When did 2 come out? That 99? Was it that quick a turnaround? Oh my god, they both came out in 98. What the fuck? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. No. Suikoden 1 came out in 95. Google lied to me. 1 came out in 95, 2 came out in 98. Okay. Let me give you a for instance. While I have these guys just do an auto battle. So this is what Suikoden 1 looked like, right here. Not terrible. Definitely has its own distinct style away from all the rest of the various other JRPGs that existed. Had the 6-person party situation, which was pretty unique at the time. Also allowed for the better balancing of fights. And then 2 looked very similar, but with clearly updated visuals. And then now 3. 3 was a big jump forward. Brand new engine, brand new generation of gaming. But this came out after Final Fantasy X. They had to figure out, like, what do we want to do with the art style? And that was a challenge for them. Try and figure out the answer to that question. Get rid of all these patched leathers. But yeah. Big fan of the series in general. Big fan. So one of my favorite parts about the Suikoden series is how very integral the world is to the story. There are a lot of games out there where they tell a story and it's like, yeah, this story's okay, but it could take place in basically any generic fantasy world, right? But like the stories of Suikoden actually feel like the world, like you're understanding a real living world in its history. There's loads of traditions, governmental structures, various revolutions and reformations of governments that occur. The entire mythos of the true runes is like a crazy thing that both it makes magic interesting instead of just like, oh yeah, magic just exists. It gives like a viable explanation for it that doesn't require going into too much like boring detail. It also gives you more than enough understanding of the justification as to why people go to war over these true runes. All the characters generally tend to be written really well. There's a little bit of a benefit that it has. So, all right, every Suikoden game, and this starts with the first one, every one of them gives you the opportunity to recruit 108 people. Now, not all of them are fighters. Usually that's only maybe like a little, like half, maybe. The rest of them provide various different types of services. A little over half, I would say, actually, thinking about it. And one of the benefits of this is that each character gets to have their own little characterization that doesn't have to be too terribly in-depth, but is enough to give you an idea as to who they are in such a way that like allows you to just kind of experience them, be like, that was fun, and then move on. Usually at the recruitment phase. So you recruit like all these people, and I need to restart my game and actually follow a guide so I can recruit all 108. I heard somewhere it unlocks a new character arc to play through. It does! It does! Recruiting all 108 on any one individual playthrough, because you can't do that casually. You have to intend on recruiting everybody. Because there are people who you will lose the opportunity to recruit. There are people who you can only recruit at particular times. There are people who you got to go on a big old fucking quest to figure out how to recruit. There are people who are just in the middle of nowhere that you would never think to look, that are just out there that you got to find in order to recruit. So, like, yeah. So, every game allows you to recruit all those people, right? And every game has something that happens as a result of you doing that. In the first game, a very important character to you dies during the course of the game. And if you recruit all 108 people, then that person at the end of the game, through the power of the stars of destiny themselves, is revived. And you get to have a tearful reunion with them, and everyone's happy, and there's a huge celebration, and it's super cool and awesome. Same thing in 2. They kind of like reuse that idea, like somebody important to you dies, but also additionally, another person that is important to you will also die if you don't. You can only have a happy ending in Suikoden 2, if you recruit all 108 people. It's the only way to get a happy ending. Otherwise, it's going to be bittersweet, at best. In 3, you unlock a whole new character arc to play through so that you understand the perspective of another group of people that are very integral to the story and the plot. I can't remember what happens in 4 because I never really cared. Trying to remember what happened in 5. Oh, that's right. They went back to the old standard. What guide do you use? Are the GameFAQs ones good? The GameFAQs ones are fine. That's all you need. The GameFAQs ones work. If there's particular intricacies that you want to look into, then you can like Google those things if you want. But GameFAQs is sufficient. Also, the Suikoden wiki has a pretty easy just recruitment guide for all of the various different for all of the various games. You just look up recruitment, and then I guess in this instance it would be Suikoden 3. All right, I think we can head back. We're gonna have over 1,000 by the time we head back, so long as we keep fighting everything that we find. And then we can move on. Do a war battle, head to Ixay, have Percival try to seduce us, fail, get cock-blocked by an older fella. Also, in Suikoden 3, now this is something that exists in, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but it's more useful starting at 3. There is a character named Kid that you can recruit. He's a child detective. And you can actually send him out to try and find people you haven't recruited yet and tell you how to find and recruit them. Now, the detectives have always existed in the Suikoden games, but up until then, it was more just like, oh, here's a character that'll help you get a better idea as to the backstories and backgrounds of all your various different stars, the people that you're interested in. So if there's characters that you recruit and you're just like, I want to know more about this motherfucker. This person is like super interesting to me. Well, that's what the detective characters are for. Okay. Get on down here. Get on down the road. Beep, beep. It's the toy hammer that gets me, honestly. The fact that Belle's just coming in with a toy hammer being more destructive than a fully trained knight. She's like a little magical girl. Which, considering her unite attack with Gadget Z, makes even more sense. Because it's very anime. And really, I would say that Suikoden is a very anime-esque game in general, in terms of its aesthetics, its humor, its writing styles. Very, very anime-esque. Which I appreciate, and is one of the reasons why I also like the Trails series. As a note, in Suikoden 3, you can actually only recruit 104 stars. The other 4 stars are the other character arc that you explore. And you have to have completed that before Chapter 6. You have to have all 104 before Chapter 6. So, bear that in mind as well. Who the fuck is messaging me? Oh, Monday. Have a good night, Bonafart. All right. Go back, use up our skill points, train up Leo so he's not an absolute wet noodle. I think we can also keep training up skills for Belle, yeah, and Gadget Z. Let's handle that. And Percival. Percival's gonna learn. Oh, okay. Oh, he learned counterattack. We're gonna learn magic resistance for Gadget Z. Because why not? It's not something he's great at, but do the same for Belle. And might as well train up her shield magic since I can't get rid of it, so might as well get some use out of it. Okay. So yeah, Leo can get his damage and his armor protect up to S rank, which is the highest possible rank that you can get in any natural situation. Now you can get up to S plus in something as well, but it requires a like an accessory, an armor piece, or something that gives you an extra point in that skill. Now here's okay. You might wonder, like, okay, what is the purpose of Leo if he gets outscaled so hard by the fact that he has very few skills and he only ever attacks once? So he has the ability to equip a rune. Not all runes are magic runes. Some of them increase your combat capabilities. So in Leo's case, there is a rune that we get that essentially makes him do double damage. That ends up scaling pretty good with him. Look at his stats real quick. Okay, so he's got 236 damage right now that he can do, which is comparable to Chris at like half the level, less than half the level. First one's at 185. So when you level him, you put the I think it's the killer rune. Pretty sure that's what it is, or the double strike rune. Can't remember. One of the two. And then that is what you use to basically like beat the ever-loving shit out of things. Yeah. We're good. We're good, bud. We must hurry. Which is why I traveled all the way across the country to just fuck around in a mine for a while. They believe that Zexen is something that they can contend with. They will be disappointed. Yes! I'm the sort of person that will often hurry anyways when the story calls for it, even if it isn't an actual in-game punishment for not hurrying. True.
Seems we've been noticed.
I prefer a straight fight anyway. Bring it, bitch! Chris is gonna destroy you. Oh, it's not even close. Look at that. Still got to use NPCs in my units. I would prefer not to have to do that, but that's going to be how it is until essentially Chapter 4 is when I start being able to do my own thing. Bip. Bip. When you attack a unit in war mode and you have cover by another unit, I believe your damage and defense gets multiplied by 1.5. I really wish you wouldn't do that on a single target. Now, in terms of Chris, I don't care. Like, yes, they are receiving the benefit of extra damage and defense, but it's also Chris's unit, and she can basically solo their entire army, so I don't give a shit. Bye, Beecham. Bosma's fucked. Okay, bye, Bosma. Major victory. Got an evasion ring. Fuck. Now I gotta look that up. What rewards do you normally get for being... Well. Oh. Stupid 69 megas returned. With a new username. I don't give a shit about it. Trying to find. These types of battles are like fine. They've never. Every Suikoden game has different types of war battles. I think this is fine because it gives you an opportunity to use all the various different characters that you've recruited in and actually outfitted. So it rewards you for that sort of investment. Ooh, we've got the night attacks now, bitch. We've got the night attacks now, bitch. No Roland, though. Not Roland. What's his face? All right, let's go ahead and pull one of these. Boom. And after that, we're going to pull a Breath of Ice, I think. That's what I'm feeling. You two get out of the way. Thank you. Bip. Destroyed. Go ahead and do that again. As you can see, you can hit your allies with AoE spells. Are you using PSX2? It's a good one. What are you playing on yours?
I, Sheba of the Lizard Clan's fighter units, will challenge you. You inferior hardheads know nothing of the honor of fighting. Let me be the one to avenge the murder of our late chief.
Berwick Saga. I don't know about that.
I don't know of the Berwick Saga.
This is no boss fight. This is a triviality. Oh no, you hurt Leo. Badoop, 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 badoop. Yeah.
As I feared, the 6 knights were too much for us.
Oh, wait, is this the one where there's like numbers upon numbers upon numbers upon numbers?
Let's shove those barbarians back inside the grimy little holes. Ready, Percival?
Ready and willing, let's have at it. Don't get carried away. We're here to show them the dignity of Zexon, not to exterminate them. Your actions have already overstepped those bounds. Looks like the White Maiden of the Knights wants bloodshed.
What?
Wait, Leo. Wasn't expecting to meet the Karai clan chief so soon after the treaty negotiations. I admire you coming forward personally once more. Couldn't resist seeing the pretty face of the Zexon Knight Captain again. You have a treacherous tongue. And you, White Maiden, come with a treacherous sword that took lives from my clan. You hold that bloodied sword of yours even now.
If it's war you want.
Your type of honorable war? Karians do not think of a sneak attack massacre as being war or honorable.
As my ancestors did before me, I, the new Lizard Clan chief, take an oath of vengeance.
But that was... It was inevitable. Such is war. Barbarians of Grassland, you must pay for betraying our trust. Prepare to learn your lesson. The Harmonian army has reached eastern Grassland. We must retreat immediately. Where did this message come from? Benet Del Zexe, sir.
Council? Inform the rest of our forces, quickly.
That's Tear Ring Saga. That was the previous one. Ah, okay. I was gonna say the art style is very. My name is Christopher Lightfellow. Till next time. I implore you to let our men get some rest. Salome, what are the Harmonians up to? I haven't had any idea yet. We only just heard from the council. I see. Do not worry, milady. Please rest. Pushing yourself far too much lately. I can't rest, not until all the men have returned safely to the castle. I understand. However... However what? Punk bitch!
Are you sure?
No, not really. What is it?
Lady, I haven't checked the information the council sent yesterday.
Regarding the Harmonian invasion?
Yes, the Grassland invasion is real. The Harmonian army hadn't made any moves for the last 50 years, and now...
What?
Looks like the council knew about the invasion beforehand.
How do you know?
They sent back information so quickly after the Grassland invasion, they must have known about things all along.
Odd. They never act in haste.
That's exactly what I mean. Might be that...
You mean to say that our attack yesterday was used as bait for the Harmonian invasion?
Appear likely, milady.
Bastards! How dare they use us as pawns?
Then what will we do about it?
I'll question the council. I won't put our men in needless danger.
But, milady...
please don't go yet. I'm sure things will straighten themselves out given time. You must be exhausted from yesterday's combat. I must fulfill the captain's responsibility. I'm leaving. Lewis? Yes, milady. Hold on. As your guard, I will accompany you. Thanks, but I'll be okay. I'll be back soon. Pretty sure I end up passing out in the forest. Brrrsh. We'll go ahead and save real quick. Ooh. Neato. Mount Hightow. We'll head up there later. I don't feel well. Are you ill, madam? Probably not. Maybe just hot. Whee! I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go, because I kind of don't want to fight solo. That's unnecessary. I need none of your skills. I need none of your XP. I need no drops from you. Be gone. What's happening to me? Ugh. Lady, are you alright? Just fell from a horse. What do you think? You dipshit. Oh, look! Graphical glitches. Where's Daddy? He promised me he'd be back today. Why isn't he home yet? Lady Chris. Why isn't he here? He is coming back today, isn't he? Lord Wyatt has been lost in the grasslands. Grasslands? Huh? Oh, thank the goddess you're awake. What happened? You gave me quite a fright. All of a sudden you fainted. Lord Salome is right, milady. You work too hard. Please, take some rest. Oh. Yes. Really? You took me by surprise, milady. I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry, Lewis. And what are you doing here?
Because,
I have some urgent business with you, milady. I just came around to see how you were. They'll be coming around to gawk at you lying there. They say it's to check up on you. Percival! What's more, they almost bit off my head when I tried to take off your armor to make you more comfortable. You weren't mad. It's just that Percival shouldn't have been the one to do it. Precisely. See? I appreciate all your efforts. I don't see Salome. Do you know where he is? Everybody wants to fuck Chris! And why wouldn't they? Look how she naturally lays on a bed. Somehow she's able to look sexy in full plate.
well then, shall we excuse ourselves?
Yes, there's no point in staying here if Lady Chris doesn't need us. All gathered around her bed. But yeah, that's why I'm saying that Percival is probably either bi or gay. He's definitely kind of queer-coded, for sure. Hello, Percival! Are you sure you're okay? Yes, quite. I think all I needed was some rest, but I can't stay in bed forever. You do look much better. How about around Ixay Village? Ixay? Yes, it's the time of the Harvest Festival. Right. Be nice to relax for a change. Absolutely. Laura says I have to keep myself from getting too carried away. Always a good plan. I'll fetch your horse then. Percival has joined! So, in Ixay Village, we will find an amulet in the item shop as a rare buy that we can use then to recruit Augustine, who has the highest swing skill and the highest parry skill in the game. He is the top fencer in the world. We will also be able to recruit Watari. Watar! There's Ixay. And Watari will then be brought to the cave to recruit Ayame. And then I will have my 2 ninjas. And then once I have all of them, we will go and do a little bit of grinding. More grinding, yes! Yeah, look, the festival is a celebration of the abundant harvest and an expression of gratitude to the goddess Sadie. You know a lot about it, how so? I should. I was born here. That's so. I never knew that. Not much to tell, really. If it isn't little Percy from Main Street, I mistook you for some VIP. How have you been, Mum? How have you been, Percy, my baby? You look so regal. Who's this lady? Is she your... Oh my, she looks familiar. I have to make the rounds, say hello to everyone. You should try some sightseeing. There are fields beyond the hills over there, and the breeze is very pleasant this time of year. Do be careful. If they find out who you are, you will be mobbed. Thanks for the warning, Percy. Yeah, certainly, milady. Bro! Percy! His mama calls him Percy. And then Chris called him Percy. You can't tell me that didn't wiggle his junk about just a bit. Especially with that smirk on her face. I'll consider it for 100,000 potch. Yeah. Good. What have I joined? Fight for us? At least till the war's over. Fine. Watari has joined! It's that fucking simple. You just go over, you talk to Watari, and you're like, hey! Do you mind, buddy? And then we level up our sword again. Ooh. Do we have things to appraise? I think we do. No, we don't. Okay. Sell a bunch of medicines. Sell damaged helms. Sell chainmails. And we've already made back the 100k that we spent, essentially. Insanity. Oh! The Pale Gate rune. That is a very powerful rune. Do I have the ability to walk out of here? Because I kind of want to just go back to Venadel's XA and... Okay, no, I can't. All right. Well, we'll handle that later. All right, so we're going to go up here and we're going to get hit on by a, like, 40-year-old man. Hi! I can't recruit you yet. Then we go over here and we just look at the rolling farm hills. Apparently we lost track of time staring at the hills. Care about too much overt admiration of the view. You might make the sun blush. Who's there? Hang on there, Missy. I'm just someone sharing a scenic moment here. Mind my asking what was going through your mind just then? Curious sort. Or meant. No obligation to tell you. Of course not. And choose to tell me. You're a big talker. Really? Never thought myself to be. My missus always says so, too. It must be true. Missus? Yeah. I'm 37, you know. Even though I look younger. Yeah, my word, I am not trying to flirt with you. Flirt with me. That's funny. What's funny? The fact that only an idiot would flirt with the captain of the Zexen Knights. But you're no idiot. Tell me what you want. Be honest, I had an idea who you were. I'd been commissioned to investigate the conflict between the Grasslands and Zexen. Some rumors around, you know, and there's no smoke without fire. What investigation? Why would you think to contact me here in this village? Sheer luck. I came here because of a village festival. Then, when I saw the Zexen Knights walking in front of me, I decided to take a chance. How'd you know it was me? I heard about the captain of the Zexen Knights, and apparently she's said to be beautiful. You're small-talking again, but you should refrain from such talk. Make my own men blush, except maybe for Percival. Well, Lady Chris, I have a favor to ask you. What was that? I expected they would get here so soon. The Lizard Clan will not take this laying down. We will come and we will annihilate your people. Just like you did ours, you bitches. I'm going back to the village. I'll go with you. There's more we should talk about, and I also know how to handle a sword. Not true! You handle a wrist crossbow, bitch. Why do you have water magic when you have no skill in it? You're a bitch. He's capped out at rank C. Karians and lizard folk just running around burning everything. What is all this? Here they come. You know what? We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. We're outnumbered. Milady! Glad you're here, Percival. Good to see you too, milady. Here they come again. Whacking. They just coming a whacking. Phew. That's tough. Ages since I fought in real combat. I have the villagers flee to the hills for the time being. We'll delay them as long as we can, then retreat ourselves. Got it. I gotta heal you guys because you guys take damage because you're fucking scrubs. Jesus, Percival! Just go and get yourself critted, why don't you? Hark! Take a look at this. The Ironhead boss has come to greet us. The Holy Spirit is with us today. Thinking you can defeat me, you're sorely mistaken. Our swords are unrivaled by those of any lizard barbarians. No, Percival! Percival just got fucked up. You're a tough bunch, I must admit. Demonstrate the strength of the Lizard Clan's fighter units. Luckily, we were able to escape. This was so busy ransacking the village, they didn't even bother looking elsewhere. Get to the windmill. The burning windmill? God, we really did our jobs here, didn't we? Could we rest for a bit? I'm out of breath. I'm not used to all this exertion, you know. Liddy, I've been wondering, who is this ruffian? Huh. No time for introductions. Damn. How surprising to run into you, White Maiden. I almost didn't believe my men when they reported you. How fortunate. I am Chris, neither a Zexon hero nor a White Maiden. Thank you. Just one of the knights protecting Zexon. Chris, are you the real Chris Lightfellow? How do you know my name? You look like a Korean fighter. Then can't be. I know the name Wyatt Light. The armor I saw in the village was the remaining relic of a man called Wyatt Lightfellow. Relic? You mean to say you killed my father? Did. To avenge his death? If you did, then yes. I'm willing to do so right now. Suit yourself. I'll handle this, if you don't mind, dude. It's your decision. Shall we begin? This isn't too much for you. You do shit. You ain't shit. Huh, huh, yeah. Enough. You win. Congratulations, Captain. You deserve to lead the Texan Knights. Your mother would be proud. Quiet. Haven't you tried to humiliate me enough? Want to find out about your father? Find the Flame Champion. Stay back. Damn, thought I could catch her off guard. You're too much for me, Dupa. We can't leave things like this. Chief Dupa. What is it? The Saxon Knights of... What? They look small in number, but there might be reinforcements. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Yes, sir. Woman, you have the devil's luck. Bad spirits seem to fight at your side. So be it. I expect to see you again, White Maiden. Honor to have met you. Hold it! My lady, are you alright? Managed to survive, thank you. Percival, why on earth did you take her to this indecent place? Sorry, Boris, I didn't anticipate this happening. Boris, this is not an indecent place. Well, what you will, I care not. But who was that man, milady? Man? The one you probably thought fancied me. Fancied?! What does she mean, Percival? I don't know. No one's allowed to fancy Our Lady! All the knights are simps! They're simping hard! This is dreadful. Seems someone is out to avenge our bout with the Lizard Clan. There'll be no end to this vengeance. They intend to keep us busy, I suppose. Let's get back to the castle. There's no telling what the council has in mind now. Hey, you know, it is what it is. We burned down a village, they burned down a village. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. 6 knights have arrived, son! There will be nobody who can stand in the way of us. No, no. Alright. I think I will head back to Vinay Dels XA. If I am capable, I'm not sure. They might stop me from doing so. So that I can go give this rose brooch to... what's his face? Mr. Augustine. And then hopefully, before I am forced to move on to the next chapter, I will have a moment of brief reprieve so that I might perhaps be able to train up Watari and Ayame. Whee! Horse butt. If not, 'tis fine. Come on down here. Get on down the road. The world is beautiful, don't you think? Yes indeed. You like the sea? I suppose. I like things that are elegant and beautiful. Huh. It was fate that brought us together here. I feel it. And because of that, I will now show you my gorgeous rose brooch. This is my favorite rose brooch. Ah, it is gone! I cannot find it anywhere! No! How could this happen? Oh, cruel world, is there no justice in you? Please let me be alone while I try and deal with this calamity. Oh, how could I lose my rose brush like this? Huh? Yarika, you found it. Thank you so much. This is my rose brooch, my pride and joy, my prized possession. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. How can I ever repay? Oh, come to think of it, did you call on me because you had some business with me? Putting together a group. Ha! Oh, I see. Well, there's not much I can do to prevent people from wanting me near them. I am like a magnet. No matter how I try to hide it, my precious aura shines through like a glowing rainbow. Okay. The way I stand, the way I walk, perfection from head to toe, with not a single wasted move. You must agree, I just have an unbearably clean and artistic déportment. And you recognize it. I admire your taste. How so? I'll never be able to match up to your refined tastes, so you have one up on me. Plus, I owe you for finding my rose brooch, so I will be happy to join your group. Thank you very much. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Augustine Nabier. My special features are my mustache, my rose brooch, and, of course, my aura. It is a pleasure to meet you. By the way, where is your entourage? I'm dying to meet them. They're at Beautyhuck. Oh yes, I've heard of Beautyhuck. Well, see you later. I look forward to meeting your people at the castle. Oh, ho, ho! Yeah. He didn't say as he ran away, but I like to imagine he did. I like to think. Magnifique. Something special about fighter built such a way assumes she is a dude until you close up her chest. It's like, oh, got it. All right, we have successfully recruited Augustine. So he'll be good. I have too much fun doing that. It's kind of stupid, I say. Yeah. I am kind of an idiot. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, mamma mia. Scribbity scrap. Script. Annihilate all comers! Tell them they are unwelcome in these lands! Inform them of our xenophobia! I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just slowly losing my mind, that's all. Perfectly alright, yes? I would imagine. Little Spark Beetle. Little Spark Beetle being like, hey, why are you fucking with me? What is this music? Scribbity scrap ba ba ba, scribbity scroopy screw. Beepity ba 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 doo beep 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 beepity ba ba boo. Und we have returned. Yes? Seems to be normal here. Lord Salome should be back this evening. I do hope the council will leave us alone for a change. Well, I'll prepare the hot water in your bed, milady. You look tired. I really look tired, Lewis. I meant nothing by it. Let me just see if you to your room first. If you'll excuse me. Poor Lewis. I meant nothing by it. I'm not trying to insult you. Ah! Please don't be offended by the things I say. Oh, no, I don't want to be here. Everyone's weapons are fine! It's their skills that I want to utilize. Or at least Leo's. Everybody else is, I think, maxed out. Nope. Sorry, Bob. We're going to go ahead and up his accuracy so that his S-rank damage can actually do stuff. And he doesn't, like, throw his axe at somebody and miss hardcore. Let's see. Hold on. Is there another way that I can perhaps, perchance, alter my party toll? Maid, can you help me with this? No? Okay. Well, then I believe I shall be forced into Chapter 2 sooner rather than later. Roland makes his triumphant return. Triumphant with a question mark. I think I'm going to order something to eat, and then when that gets here, that should probably mark the end of my stream. That's what I'm thinking. Find the flame champion, hmm? Hello, my lady. I've returned. Forgive me, my lady. I heard you ran to an attack at Ixay village. They told me the details when I returned. Shocked? Shocked me as well. More than mere coincidence. About the council. Well, that's the odd part. They claim no knowledge of the attack. The council is split on the proposal of allying with Harmonia, but on the surface they appear to be in total unity. It's the way merchants think, always trying to balance the scales. We need to choose our allies carefully. It's difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Absolutely. Now, in Ixay village, I met someone who knew something about my father, Giant Light Fellow. Yes, milady, Percival said as much. I, too, have had the honor of your father's acquaintance. What should I do? The man told me that my father is dead, but in my heart, I do not believe him. I must know the truth. It's unusual for a lady to be so hesitant. What is it? My job as captain does not allow me to forego the needs of my people to pursue my own selfish desires. Did you say selfish? What's so funny? Pardon me. My lady's a little too hard on herself. Hard on myself? Me? Take some time for yourself, milady. I've noticed how preoccupied you've been. Not you two. Please, everyone. These Exon Knights all feel a sense of duty, and we're here of our own accord, willing to sacrifice our lives for Zexon. None of us thinks of this duty as our only driving force. Each of us sees Zexon in our own unique light. Some it's the land, others hold their families dear. I'm sure you have your own. Salam, lady. When you do not appear at breakfast tomorrow morning, I shall offer an explanation. In the Nadil Zexe, I used my contacts to gather information. It seems something is about to happen. Someone is plotting some kind of campaign. Our brave captain, committed as ever, has set off in a mission to infiltrate the grasslands and spy on their plans. Well then, I must be going now. Occupied. Right, but... Father was alive, or even if he's dead, I need to know for sure. Thinking about what he said, the champion. That. That's something. Ha! It's open at last! I was at a loss for what to do, you see. I couldn't let myself into a lady's room without asking. There was no answer to my knocks, either. How did you get in? You should seal a well that's dried up, my lady. Telling the whole world to find that well if you keep it open like that. You're talking nonsense again. I always wanted to play the role of a knight who rescues a princess imprisoned in a tower. Princess? No, not I. You're right. You are a princess, but also a knight. There goes my part. Would you shut up? Lady, you're journeying to the grasslands, aren't you? To find the Flame Champion, of course. I can be your guide. How do you know? Reading lips. I learned it long ago. I can tell when people are saying by watching their lips. If you're coming, get ready right away. You won't survive a second battle in that outfit in the grasslands. That's true. Alright, I'll get ready. Wait a minute. Fine, so hurry up already. No time to waste. Don't rush me. Don't look this way. Is this understood? I know. Don't worry. I may not look like it, but I am a married man. You can trust me. But a fact. If I ever catch you lying, I will draw my sword. Shivers. That's from my missus. I beg your pardon. Oh, nothing. Will this do? Look at her! She's so adorable! My goodness, I thought you looked good in your armor, but this is more like it. I don't need your flattery. Flattery? Oh no, this is in earnest. Fortunately, I tend to be greatly misunderstood. My missus is greatly suspicious of me. Good for her. Well then, shall we? Show me the way, I take it? Sure. First, we need to head to the Chisha village. Want to pursue the Flame Champion. Someone there who is associated with it. Chisha. It's conservative. Yes, they're totally different from the barbaric lizard clans. Let's get going. Oops, they might see us if we use the front gate. Let's use the secret path. Nash has joined the 108 stars! Yep. Alright. Chris is now in her lovely exploration outfit. I'll have to have this path looked into. Much too accessible. I rather like the trusting attitude and tolerance it implies. A castle can't be open and tolerant, can it? Where I go? Alright, now we can go up and down ladders if we should find some. Luckily, there aren't many in the game. What? Yeah. Sleepy time for Chris. Goddamn Banshee. Don't you sleepy time, Chris. Chris didn't ask for sleepy time. Devil Eye. Devil Slain. Is still just as lethal as ever. It's a long ass passageway. Gonna get some subwars. Good way of going. I know. Don't. This isn't goodbye forever, you know. Of course. Where I belong, I suppose. Literally everyone is like watching her leave. Lord Salome, can we really depend on that joker? Swordsmanship is no joke, I assure you. I'm not talking about that. I mean our Lady Chris. So concerned. Why don't you just... I'd love to if I could. Chris can take care of herself. Let's just look forward to seeing her again. Agreed. By the way, what, do you think he really is a married man? I was forced into chapter 3 before I wanted to go there! No! Oh well, fine. What now? Are we heading to Chisha Village? Well, since I've never gone this way before, I thought we should hire a guide. That's just great. A guide needs a guide. Better safe than sorry. Hurry up, Rico! Wait for me, sir. You have to pay for the room. Forget it. Why should I pay when they're so rude? Master, that's dishonest. Oh, hello. Ah. Have we met? You mistake me for another. Are you sure? I wish I could remember. I remember, sir. Can you keep quiet, Rico? I'm thinking. Oh, well, no matter. Anyway, you don't look like you're from the grasslands. What are you doing here? Sightseeing. Sightseeing? What's to see in this deck village? Oh, well, I'll leave you to it. Good day.
Master, please wait a moment. Excuse us, Lady Chris.
Hurry up!
Yes, Master. Rico, you're gonna blow my cover! You bitch. Oh, kitty. Can we go ahead and, forget this water magic business? You clearly have no place in it, Nash. You quite clearly have no skill in water magic. So we're going to get rid of it. And we're going to get rid of the actual water rune. You should not have that on you. It is a joke that you have it in the first place.
Bubbers.
These humans are hard to read. Who knows what's on their minds? All right, brother. Remember the girl with the squeaky voice we encountered the other day? And what of the man we just saw? Rack. I don't know how the sergeant puts up with them. I couldn't. Very true. Uh-huh. Yes, indeed. What? What do you want now? You in trouble?
Not yet, anyway. Unless you give me some. I came to ask if anyone could take us to Chisha village. Said the Duck Clan men are brave and often hired as guards by traveling merchants.
That's right.
Then will you take us there?
Wouldn't normally pose a problem, but with the recent skirmishes going on, our chief wants us to remain here. You want to get permission from the chief? We'll be happy to escort you.
Village chief? What chief?
Yes, the chief's the one sporting the finest tail feather. He should be around here someplace.
Okay. Chris, how do we distinguish one duck from the next? You're asking the wrong person.
Maybe the cook. She needs a crab rice bowl. You can get one in Kaput Forest. Graffiti. Kalirian urn. Kalirian urn. Quack. None of you are helping me in the slightest to find your village chief. As a note, you are absurd people Oh god, it's the kid investigation. Also this bitch. I think Sanai Y also benefits from your starting level. So this is the duck murder case. And this is Kid, the kid investigator, the kid detective.
All of a sudden, we heard horrible crunches and splintering noises from Mr. Jonathan's room. It was too creepy sounding to be wood breaking. Oh my god! Quiet down, don't touch anything. It's all evidence. This is officially a murder case. A murder? Wherever I go, I run into cases like this. I suppose that's what comes with being a famous detective.
There's no one except for Mr. Jonathan in the room, correct?
Yes, when we entered the room, there was no sign of the murderer. At the time, only the detective and myself were near the scene, and Howard, the janitor, in the courtyard.
The janitor in the courtyard?
Yes, you can ask some questions later. Now, let's search the room first. But there are always clues left behind. Be thorough.
I want to turn away. This is ghastly. Arms, legs, all twisted and mangled. His face looks oddly peaceful, though. Judging by how the feathers are still smooth, there must not have been a struggle. Was he attacked in his sleep? Small window. Hard to open from the inside. A child might be able to get through it. Strange smell. Burnt embers? Looks as though some sort of herb was burned in the vase.
Next, go out and make some inquiries.
Okay. A murder? Yeah, I heard the sounds of bones breaking. I was so scared I didn't go into the room. But I saw my master and the detective kid running in that direction. Did you notice anyone leaving the room after you heard the noise? No, not a soul. If they did, I'd have seen them. From the time I heard the noise until my master went into the room, no one came in or out. That can't be. The only way in or out of the room is the door. Are you saying the murderer vanished from the room? Are you saying I'm a liar? Okay. Apparently I need to talk to more people. No, I don't want a room. I'm trying to... Who the fuck else am I supposed to talk to? That guy won't talk to me. Nobody else seems to want to fucking talk about it. Well, at least I found the village chief. Okay. Something about the herb being used for a very important ritual. Okay. Who the fuck else am I supposed to talk to? Yadam bitch. I talked to the janitor. I talked to the one dude who's like, yeah, I actually talked to him before he died. He's like all dumb. He likes herbs. I got a letter fragment from somebody. Let's hope that's sufficient. To do Ga tonight. No one is to interrupt me.
Ga? What's that supposed to mean? Do you think Mr. Jonathan was planning to do something?
I know people from afar use herbs in some of their rituals.
Mr. Jonathan was burning an herb to perform an exotic ritual. When a murderer came into his room, he was then killed by having all of his bones broken. The murderer left the room without being seen by us or the janitor. This case appears to be sort of satanic in nature, but I promise I'll untangle the mystery.
What?
I wonder. No. Aha!
You know who did it?
I've got it. I know who did it. I've unlocked the mystery. I'll reveal it to you.
What's going on? What's everybody doing here?
Please be patient. A famous sleuth usually reveals the truth in front of all the suspects.
So you know who the murderer is?
Yes, sir. Thanks to my excellent assistant. By the way, let me ask my assistant, who do you think the murderer is?
It was me! I did it! I'll do it again! 8 ducks! They pissed me off! Make me feel a certain way. I hate ducks.
I will now reveal the real facts. We were hindered by making too many assumptions and by being narrow-minded and subjective. This is a bad way to investigate.
All right. Don't be so pretentious. Tell us now who's the murderer.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Jonathan. Wake up.
Wow, is it morning already? What? Why is everybody here staring at me? Are you interested in doing yoga with me? I'm just learning, but I love how limber it makes me.
Yoga? Yoga, you mean? That's right. It's a method of advanced exercise originating in a faraway land. I was almost fooled myself seeing him in that position. It's no wonder we thought him dead. But then I remembered about that particular herb being used in yoga.
You thought I was dead? I beg your pardon. Of course, I'm still a beginner, so I might have looked awkward. You looked awfully funny! Let me show you how to do it. Ready? No, not in a million years! So it wasn't a murder case.
Yes, the guilty person is whoever declared it a murder case by simply looking at the scene.
Whoever declared it a murder case?
Be quiet. Do not touch anything in the room. This is a murder we're dealing with.
A murder? You were the one.
Why?
This is getting ridiculous. I'm going home.
You declared it a murder case! But why?
I'm going back to work. This is a waste of time. I'd like to resume my Darrell Drew position if you don't mind.
A mysterious affair solved. Huh. Phew, feels so good after solving the case.
Well, that's good.
So, where can I go next? Another intriguing case awaits me somewhere. Question is, where? Any ideas, assistant?
Go to Butahuck. Be helpful to have a detective there.
Yes, I know that castle. That might not be such a bad idea. Better than twiddling my thumbs.
Don't create a new case yourself.
What? Do you think I'd make up a case just to get attention? Not my style. Sorry, I'm going on ahead of you. Bye!
Stupid.
The one who's really guilty is the one who called it a murder case in the first place. That was you! But why?
This is stupid. I love both the ducks just like no nonsense, just being like, this is dumb. This is dumb and you're dumb. I'm out. I'm no longer interested. What? Why was the video paused? Oh, whatever. He's given us permission to have you guide us, if you will. Well, absolutely. And for the proper pay. That depends. What do you consider proper? Go to Cheech Village? Will cost 2,000 patch. 2,000? Highway robbery, but I'll pay it. Woo! Oh, easily the upper class parts with money. Enough. Leave everything to us. We know what we're doing. Short trip to your village, so don't worry about a thing. Wilder and Rat! Have joined the party. I believe they are both strikers. We don't have a Bujutsu teacher, though, so... What in the fuck? Hey, what's all this in? 3, 4, 5. Oh, come on, keep still. What's the matter? Our horses got caught up with a wild herd. What a mess. The wild ones took off, but I've got to make sure that our horses didn't get away too. Could you help me? How many are there? Could you help me count them? There should be 15. Lovely little cowgirl. Just trying to tend to her horses. Ooh, my food's about here. Exciting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What am I supposed to tell Katie? I counted 15, but if I'm wrong, and she might be like, "Well, you can't count, so I'm not joining you." It says that the number is random, so I have to just be right.
That's unfortunate.
Right back.
Oh. Remember when We Rate Dogs was first rising on fucking Twitter? And then they became a business. Literally just some college student was like, I'm gonna make a Twitter account to rate dogs. And then that became like a fucking cottage industry for him. All right. Whew. So, like I said, now that I got my food here, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. Y'all stay safe, don't die. Remember, the world's a better place.